We're going to spend 2 weeks in the Pine Tree State, starting with the beaches, then Portland, Boothbay, Bar Harbor and Acadia National Park. I believe they call that area DownEast. We'll even make it to the easternmost point in the contiguous United States and the northern terminus of US 1. There will be many lobster rolls along the way before heading to the Highlands. What hidden gems will we find there? We'll soon find out, because the epic summer 2024 Maine adventure begins now. I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV.
Welcome to Maine.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, there's the official sign, so let's stop at the Welcome Center. I don't want to pretend we're arriving in Maine for the first time, because the last time it was rushed, it didn't go all that well. So let's go into the visitor center and see what they have. Visitor centers like this one are usually a great resource. They have knowledgeable locals and lots of information. Well, just got some information. Gentleman circled on the map, all the points of interest, main points of interest along the coast. He says that Fort Kent is really far away, but as you know, we've been many times to the southernmost point on US 1, so I think we have to do it. Now it's only like 15 minutes to our first RV park, which the main reason we're staying there is because it is the weekend and it's the only place that had vacancy. Then we'll take it from there. Here we are, going north on I-95, also known as the Maine Turnpike in these parts. Where we're going is called Beach Acres Tent Sites and Park. Ooh, busy little town. We've made it to Maine. Whoops, I almost fell off the stairs there. And yeah, there was a little bit of a mix-up with the power connections here at the campground, but we're all good now. Not the greatest site, but hey, no Starlink. But beggars can't be choosers. It is the weekend in Maine, and everything was booked. It's not bad. It's not bad. Let's go explore. Everything looks so neat, so well maintained. The last time we were in this area, we definitely didn't have time to appreciate it. We were just checking Maine off of the list, having traveled so far to get here, and we definitely didn't do it justice. It is time we correct that mistake. I can see the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. That's where we're going, Ogunquit Beach, our first point of interest here along the Maine coast. All this on the left, of course, beachfront property. I wonder how much to rent one of those. Of course, the water will be cold, but what a privilege to wake up to an Atlantic sunrise. Not to mention they are turning the charm meter up to 11 here with all these delightful beachfront houses. One of these days, perhaps. This particular area is called Moody Beach. I have a feeling we're approaching a dead end here, but let's go all the way anyway. This is called North Beach, and this is it. Just a parking lot and a dead end. Let's turn around. I mean, there's gotta be more of a downtown area with restaurants and shops, right? This is more like it. This is the southern tip of Ogunquit Beach, which is like a sandbar. And this is the protected inland side of it. Lobster House. That place is probably pretty good. I think we're almost the only people here not ready for a day of fun in the sun. But we just want to see what it looks like out here. We're still getting the lay of the land, if you will. Here we are at Ogunquit Beach. I don't think we're gonna be here for a long time, so I parked at the 30-minute. It says 30 minutes. And let's just take a look. I mean, there's a lot of people here. Granted, it's Friday, so tomorrow is going to be even busier, I'm sure. It would be good to find out how much it is for parking, because tomorrow I might want to, come for a couple hours, I mean, in the sun it feels nice, but the earth temperature is in the low 70s, and that water has to be cold. So, but it's beautiful weather for Maine. Yeah, I don't see too many people in the water, which to me that's what a beach is all about, but I imagine the Atlantic at this latitude is always cold. The sand, especially this area here by the resort, is pretty crowded. There are some brave souls in the water on this side. It is incredible the amount of people on the beach here. This is really cool. And to me it's kind of strange, because in Florida, particularly in South Florida, this is almost like winter weather. But anyway, I think we're starting Maine on the right foot this time around. Let's get back into the car and let's go somewhere else. And if it feels like we're rushing today a little bit, well, it's Friday. 6 p.m. we're gonna do a live stream as we usually do, so we gotta get back in like 2 hours. So we're gonna just explore this part of the coast today, and tomorrow we're probably going to Portland. Next up, Perkins Cove. It is just a little bit farther south. Look at all the traffic coming back. It is definitely a congested area. It is so charming though. And this is something I've noticed whenever you approach one of the far corners of the country. And we're just getting our toes wet here in Maine, but things feel a little different. Almost like another country, if that makes any sense. There's a certain uniqueness. The same goes for the Florida Keys, or the Pacific Northwest, Southern California, remote Alaska. All these areas have this unique charm. And so far, Maine has not disappointed. Parking $25 all day. There's gonna be a cheaper option, right? We're only gonna be here for 2 hours at the most. Oh, it's our lucky day. Well, here we are. I believe this is Perkins Cove. We're gonna explore a little bit since we were able to find parking miraculously. That's still crossing. There's a footbridge. Not any footbridge. It is a drawbridge too. We must walk on it later. It's all about the lobster. It wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to go sailing. We don't have time today, but certainly in the next couple of days we have to get on the water somehow. Old fishing boat. Here's looking back. Footbridge lobster. 39 plus tax. Tempting, but we want to have something else. Convertible from the 1960s. Let's check out the footbridge. Lobstering trip, that would be fun. Lunch with a view. Look at that. That looks good. Lobster and stuffed potato. Let's walk off that delicious meal here in Maine. That was Orwid Restaurant, and now we're going to walk on this trail around Orwid Cove. All kinds of things to do here. And this is only our first day here in Maine. Always remember to look back. Here's another great view of the cove at low tide and the town. They gotta cut off these plants, so we can see the view. I'm joking, of course. There's a sailboat going into Perkins Cove. Look at that. Erosion. Here we get our first views of Ogunquit Beach from this vantage point. Nice little house. There again, that busy area at Ogunquit Beach we saw earlier. What can I say? This was a great little hike. And it continues a little ways, but I think this is as far as we want to go. Those are the beachfront houses we saw earlier. A rental sailboat perhaps? That would be cool, with someone who knew what they're doing. Oh yeah, what a great view of the beach, but I think we've burned enough calories on this trail. From our lobster and our stuffed potato and all that, and the chowder was really good too. My IPA. Let's head back, because in 90 minutes we have a live stream to do. And let me tell you, there are not many places in the world where in the middle of August It's gonna be 70 degrees Fahrenheit. This is very, very pleasant. I wouldn't mind seasonally. It's too big though, a lot to clean. Hey, I've been looking for a summer property, so Pelicamp, Acadia perhaps? A man can dream. Yeah, check that out. Well, this was certainly a relaxing stroll around the cove. Now we start heading back, and tomorrow will be another day. Can you believe I hit Starship once, twice in a week? And we're home. Well, good morning. It's a brand new day. We slept in a little bit. Still, it is 9:30. Today we're going to Portland. The only thing is Portland is about an hour away, so it's gonna... we'll be arriving at the most photographed lighthouse in the United States in about an hour. 10:30 a.m. Let's do it. Lots of traffic here in this part of Maine. Very, very congested. And there is an antique car show, or a gathering. I don't really know what it is. Small car show, I guess. Ooh, the Turnpike. Which, by the way, I have SunPass Pro, which works with EasyPass. Our first stop is going to be the most photographed lighthouse in the United States. Allegedly, anyway. The Portland Head Light. The main parking lot is full. Luckily, there is overflow parking. Plenty of it. I can see it peeking from behind the hill. They have lobster, I'm sure. It is supposed to be one of the most beautiful lighthouses in the United States, built from 1787 to 1791, at the directive of George Washington himself. Well, there it is, the Portland Head Lighthouse. We're getting off to a great start today. The other lighthouse in the distance is the Ram Island Ledge Light Station. And these are definitely some great views. Well, yeah, this I think would be even a better viewpoint, and I believe this is where we did the thumbnail for our 2018 video. I believe it's been 6 years already. And we want to walk around a little bit, and I'm getting hungry, so we're going into Portland soon. Well, let's see if the... Oh, look at that. All the rocks. There's a better viewpoint of here. Actually, there's supposed to be another view from up there. That's where we're going next. This is the fort, actually.
Yeah, Fort Williams.
Yeah, very cool. I thought it was like an extra viewpoint from a higher elevation, but it's the, I guess, what remains of the fort. I'm gonna go up anyway.
Fort Williams was built in the 1890s and decommissioned in 1963. The best view was definitely from down there, although this is not bad. From every angle, it is a sight to behold.
And from everywhere, it's a slightly different view. Let's start heading back down and maybe get closer to the lighthouse. I'm still debating whether to have a lobster roll at that, lunch truck, or we're going to town.
There is a museum and a gift shop, but at this point I think we're good with just the views.
The official plaque, right here. 1790, that's really old.
Let's go into town. Look at all the people coming in now. Overflow parking may not be sufficient. Crossing the Casco Bay Bridge into downtown. It is a vibrant, busy downtown. I was thinking of parking here, but there is a 2-hour limit, so let's look for another option. We want to spend pretty much the rest of the day here. So far, I love it. It's got character. During that aforementioned trip in 2018, we didn't really have time to do anything here. 7-feet clearance. Starship is 6'7", so we're good.
Well, this is where we parked, the 4th Street parking garage. $7 an hour. Ouch! But we don't want any time limits. We don't. And but if it is 28 or 35 bucks, it is what it is. Oh, nice streets here.
We're stepping onto the cobblestone alleys of the old port. This one is called Wharf Street, and we're immediately transported into a different era, but with split air conditioners, and nice restaurants, and shops. Not very busy at this time of the day. I mean, it's not even noon yet, so I imagine this place will be happening soon.
Very uneven, feels very authentic.
We ended up at this place called Rigby Yard, and we're having, take a guess.
It's called a Nonsuch 2.0 IPA. Only 5.3%, so it's good because it's gonna be a long day. There it is, another lobster roll in Maine. Tasty.
We're going to use the restroom and then we keep going.
Well, let me tell you, probably the tastiest lobster roll so far in the whole trip. Up until now, they've been kind of very fresh but plain, and this one just had like the right amount of salt and whatever spice they put in it. Now, there's a famous donut somewhere around here that we want to try.
Let's walk along a commercial street, see what we stumble upon.
One of those cycling bars that they make you work for your drinks. Your Bully Donuts. Peculiarity about this place, they make their donuts, they're potato based, which is weird, so let's check it out.
There's a little bit of a line to go in, but it's not too bad. You know how I feel about long lines.
Original. maple bacon. This one looks more promising. Well, now we can say we have tried the famous potato-based holy donut. I don't know if I would make a long line for it, but just for the novelty of it, it wasn't bad. Let's see what else we can do. Maybe we should cross the street.
All these piers, they have a bunch of restaurants on them, very nice. And here's the old customs house, built between 1867 and 1872, at a time when Portland was one of the most significant seaports in the country. As I said, bunch of bars and restaurants on these piers.
Well, this is something we may or may not do, but check it out. They have these ferries that go to the islands, and this one is about to depart. Yeah, that's gotta take some skill. So these tight quarters in here. And this is the ferry that you would take to Peaks Island, and it's a 20-minute ride, so we might do it later.
Yeah, first, let's walk around a little bit. There's a coastal trail we may want to take. And there's also like a historic train. Here we have this fading mural. Actually, we must go on a whale watching tour before we leave the state.
The world, Chico, and everything in it. It's kind of artsy.
This is called the Eastern Promenade Trail, also known as the Joseph E. Gray Jr. Trail.
Let's have a coffee.
Yeah, it is time for an espresso.
Oh, cheers. Here we go, the end of the line. And this is a narrow gauge rail they have here.
These 2-foot wide railroads were common in Maine in the late 19th century. They were cheaper and easier to build around hilly or curvy terrain.
Well, we ask for information. It's a 40-minute ride on the train, and it departs in 15 minutes, but I think we're just gonna walk it. There's a trail that goes right next to the railroad track, so we're gonna be able to see the train as we go on. We may not wanna spend the whole 40 minutes, or we just wanna walk at least until that point. There's a point. Maybe I'll put a map here where we're going.
Today I only see diesel locomotives, but I've heard they have steam locomotives too.
There's supposed to be a fort over that bluff. But we want to see the train first.
It's coming any moment now.
Here it comes. Not the straightest track in the world now, is it? There it comes. You would think I've never seen a train before in my life, but this one is a pretty cool one.
As cool as it is, I am glad we decided to walk instead of taking the train. I think it is cooler to see it from outside.
There you go, the famous narrow gauge railroad of Portland. I was gonna say Oregon, but it's Portland, Maine.
We're gonna continue walking on the trail.
East End Beach, right here. Some people in kayaks, that's about it.
We're gonna go up the hill and up this lawn.
the views are certainly getting better as we go up this hill. I think this is the only hill we're gonna have to climb. It's a pretty commanding view of the bay here. See all the islands out there. Very cool.
I believe this whole area is called Munjoy Hill, and it is very nice, very relaxing. Residential.
As you may notice, everything in Maine has a certain quirkiness to it. Even a regular apartment building like this one, you know, it's architecturally interesting. Same as this, you know.
The Hill Arts here is a historic theater. And check out this car.
Yeah, quirky in a feline way.
As it is usually the case, we're barely scratching the surface here, but such a great town.
I think that's it. I think that's where we're going. We've made it to the hilltop. It's the Portland Observatory, dating back to 1807. That's old.
$10 to get to the top. Let's do it. This happens to be the only remaining wooden maritime signal tower. Its primary function was to communicate with incoming ships using a telescope and flags.
Those steps are pretty tall. We'll see some of these signs on the way down. Right now, let's just get to the top. It keeps getting smaller and smaller the higher you go. Already getting pretty.
Getting a little bit of a view here.
Let's keep going. Flag locker. Oh, cool.
Yeah, those were the flags for communicating with incoming ships from this higher vantage point.
And we've made it to the top. These are pretty commanding views.
Let's take a look towards downtown and Casco Bay. What a great view! Even though we're not really all that high, only 222 feet or 68 meters above sea level. That's one of the ferries we may want to take later. And then looking towards the ocean, you can see pretty far across Casco Bay and beyond. I believe that might be Portland Head off in the distance, on the right.
There, of course, downtown, but other than that, we're pretty much surrounded by water on all directions.
It is so small at the top, and here we have interpretive signs with what we're seeing in every direction. Here we have more interpretive signs and the telescope, similar to the one they used. The original disappeared in 1939, mysteriously. The rooms keep getting larger and larger the lower we go. It's being renovated many times over the years, the most recent from 1998 to 2000.
Surrounded by water, almost all directions here. Well, yeah, commanding views for sure. Now, let's get back down to downtown. got a cemetery.
This is the Eastern Cemetery. It is the oldest historic site in Portland with over 4,000 graves.
This is part of the Portland Freedom Trail.
The Portland Freedom Trail is a 2-mile self-guided tour throughout the city's most historic areas, including those related to its African American population.
Established 1668. Welcome tour, 4 p.m. We'll be back, but right now we want to see if we can catch the boat.
About the Italian flags? Well, in mid-August they celebrate something called the St. Pete's Italian Bazaar.
Lots of Italian flags.
Even the crosswalks are painted in the colors of the Italian flag, so after doing more research, this may be the location of the old Little Italy neighborhood that no longer exists. Let me know in the comments if this is correct. Here's another station on the Freedom Trail, and we're ready to board our ferry. To be honest, I wasn't expecting this many people. I guess many of these are just locals commuting back and forth. Which, by the way, we're going to Peaks Island, which is only accessible by ferry. And apparently there's a lot to do there, but we're basically just going for the ferry ride. Just because almost everything looks better from the water. Check out the Portland Observatory. We were just up there. That's Fort Gorges, only accessible by boat. There's Portland Head in the distance, and Spring Point Ledge Lighthouse, going right past it. Portland Head, once again, way out there. And that would be Fort Scammell. We're taking a little bit of a roundabout route, maybe because of currents? I don't know, but it is not the straightest way to the island. Of all the forts in Casco Bay, Fort Scammell here, built in 1808, was the only fort to fire a shot and be fired upon in battle. It happened in early August of 1813. And that's where we're going.
Island.
Here's looking back towards Portland.
And we've made it to Peaks Island, and let me tell you, that boat can hold a lot more people than it looks.
$8.50 an hour, and I'm like, wait a minute.
We could rent a golf cart.
We really did zero research here. This was totally on impulse, so let's just go for a stroll and see what's going on. Maybe we can have a refreshing beverage here at the inn.
Now we have to wait another hour for the next one.
Sure, why not? Let's kill some time here.
Island Time IPA. Well, that was very refreshing, but I think this is an island that is best enjoyed with a slow-moving vehicle like a golf cart, or bring your own cart. There's some like a nature preserve and some vista points on the other side, but for now let's just walk on this main street here and see what there is to see. I mean, we have like 15 minutes to kill before we have to like start getting close to the ferry terminal. Umbrella Cover Museum, Guinness World Record. That's a small pickup truck, just a tad bigger than a golf cart. Some flowers must get confused here because the sun is that way. And that would be Portland over there in the haze.
I think this island deserves a little more time. It might even justify staying overnight.
I don't think there's anything else walking distance here, so maybe we should go back. What do you think? Let's check out the beach here. Nice little beach here on this side too. We're gonna start getting in line for our boat because we've got about 15 minutes.
Oh, lobster rolls everywhere.
All right, here we go. Our ride is coming. There's a cargo coming into the island. Vamos por arriba.
And we're back in Portland.
Oh yeah, I think we've had enough fun for one day. So we have some food in the camper. We're gonna go back to the camper and have some dinner and call it a day. It's been fun. Yeah, gin tasting.
Let me tell you, it is tempting, but we have an hour drive ahead of us. We'll definitely return one of these days. I had no idea I was going to like Portland this much.
And we made it to the parking lot. And there is Starship sticking out. Well, as expected, parking ended up being $42 for 6 hours. Ouch, it is what it is.
In 300 feet, turn left onto Union Street. At the light, turn left onto Union Street, then turn right onto Commercial Street.
Got all that? Off we go. Busy at the campground tonight. If you've been watching for a while, you know what I'm gonna make, a variation of it. As you probably know, I don't usually use recipes, so it always comes out a little different. For example, today I'm using Salt Lick barbecue rub. We bought it earlier this summer at the Salt Lick in Austin. Also, Susie Q Santa Maria style seasoning. Let's add some extra garlic for extra flavor, just in case of vampires, huh? Notice I didn't use any oil. That is tallow from the beef. I have some frozen sofrito mix and some sweet peas. Let's cover it up. Time to move it around and cover it again. It is still frozen solid. It's starting to look good. Now for the main ingredients, we're going to do some cooking wine. Big surprise. Tomato puree, just a little bit, I don't want to overdo it. Smoked paprika, oregano, cumin, the three staples of Cuban cuisine, really. A little bit of cayenne pepper to give it a little kick, that Cajun twist. Basil, now I'm really getting creative. And turmeric, which is supposed to be good for everything. I remembered I had a jar of pimentos, so here we go. And let's do a little more garlic. I think I've really gone overboard here today. Well, even in Maine, sometimes you have to take a break from lobster. So I made this, it's not the most classic recipe, but it's what we had. So, salud. Well, what can I say? We're drinking champagne in Maine. Morning. Once in a while you got a rainy day, and today is one of those. Let's check out and go to our next destination. I think we're like 2 hours away or something like that. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe I should do it on the phone. The internet here, by the way, really, really bad. And no Starlink. It's a miracle I was able to do the live stream on Friday. I mean, in general, the internet in Maine has been bad. 1 hour and 49 minutes. Well, traffic is getting worse. It was 1 hour 39 just a minute ago. So yeah, one of the few surprises here about Maine. A lot more traffic, a lot crowded. More crowded. Yeah, it's been one of those mornings. Today we're driving about 90 miles from Wells to Boothbay, and as you can see, the weather is not really cooperating. Stuck in traffic once again. What a cool small town here. So much to see in so little time. So many lobster rolls to eat, but let's face it, there's only so much you can eat, and this stuff is expensive. Here we are, Boothbay Craft Brewery, Tavern and RV Park. Let's check in. We got a pull-through site.
Well, here we are. Took a fairly long nap because we were tired after that dreadful drive. It is the first time this week that we're gonna have full hookups. The next two campgrounds are water and electric only. And this is kind of like a boutique RV park. There are a harvest host as well. And it has the peculiarity that it's also a brewery. And they have a tavern. Let's check it out.
We gotta try it today because they are closed tomorrow, Monday.
They have a beer garden back there, and this is the tavern here. Hello there.
Pretty cool, but there's no one here, so let's go to the beer garden. Ooh, really good craft beer and very relaxed atmosphere. The beer garden has character.
Well, there it is. Our brisket sandwich has arrived. Take that, Buckies. Well, that was good. I don't think we're gonna do anything else today. I don't even know how the weather is gonna be tomorrow, but we've got work to do and take advantage of our full hookups and take a nice shower, you know, the little things. So, see you tomorrow. Well, good morning. Almost afternoon, actually, here in the Boothbay area. Kind of a foggy morning today, and there's rain in the forecast for the afternoon, but that will not deter us. We're gonna explore this area, and then tomorrow we're going to Acadia. Yeah, you see what I mean? It's kind of foggy and gloomy, which could actually add to the experience, right?
Finding parking in the center of town can be a challenge sometimes. There is one lucky individual over there who found parking. Alright, here we go. Let's park here.
I'm trying to record here. Anyway, they even have an opera house here in town. This is Boothbay Harbor. Found parking here on the street. 2-hour parking, I think. I don't think we're gonna be here for more than 2 hours. And it has stopped raining, but there's still a pretty heavy fog.
So far, it seems to be a lovely town. Honestly, like most of what we've seen here in Maine. check out this Victorian house.
Oh yeah, super picturesque town with all these, Victorian, I believe, Victorian houses. And there's a footbridge right downtown, and we have to walk like 2 blocks. But hey, free 2-hour parking. Can't beat that. Look at the fog on the bay.
For a second, I thought it was a real dog.
Check it out. An old sailor.
Lots of art galleries and boutiques.
And here we are, the very busy downtown. There's Footbridge Brewery. And maybe the footbridge is that way. Well, let's go down to the footbridge.
From 1901, huh? Harborside here also from 1901.
Same age as the bridge. Here we are. Oh, here we are. We are here at the footbridge, and actually these are all the numbers I think you see around town.
Here's looking back at the town. We should probably patronize one of these businesses later.
It's starting to rain a little stronger now, and by the way, this bridge does not look like it is from 1901. More research shall go into this, but this is a lot newer than what they claim. Maybe there was another bridge here, but it's not the same. Wow. It's so foggy.
Yeah, according to what I read, the bridge was completely renovated in 2023. I doubt anything remains from the original 1901 structure. Which, by the way, this fog really enhances the photographic experience. Although I would still like to see it on a clear day. Someday.
It's the bridge house from 1902. Again, this looks a lot newer than 1902.
It almost looks black and white, so monochromatic. I'm personally a Technicolor kind of guy, so this is definitely different.
We've made it to the other side.
Here we have some flowers, adding some color to the scene.
It certainly feels very peaceful out here. Although it is a private residence, the bridge house. Yeah. The fog certainly gives everything a special character. Kind of ghostly, if you will.
They have some whale watching tours, but with this fog, I don't know. We might save that one for Bar Harbor.
Yeah, it's a fudge factory.
We're not really hungry yet, so we're just walking around this lovely downtown. There's a pretty long line for the clam bake. I bet you it's delicious. As I mentioned, they have whale watching tours, although I don't think this is the right weather to be spotting wildlife out there.
Well, if the weather was a little nicer, we might have taken one of those cruises. Whale watching, puffin watching, lighthouse watching. But, and it's a shame that we had breakfast. We're neither thirsty nor hungry because there's a lot of places where you can have, you know, some seafood, an adult beverage. Oh, check it out, a brewery. Shipyard Brewing Company. Restaurant in the shape of a boat.
I think the visibility is actually getting worse. Let's start heading back. Maybe head to that first brewery we saw. Maybe we'll work up an appetite.
Oh, check it out, brewery. And they have the hops here to guide you. On this side we have lobsters. So lobster and beer. Good things coming. Oh yeah, we're changing it up. We're having a flight.
Sometimes it is good to try something different.
Very cool. Look at the monarch butterfly.
This is the back of one of the art galleries, and yeah, they have some sculptures back here. Let me tell you, this town is beyond picturesque, even on this gloomy day. Let's get back to the car and go to this spot called Ocean Point. I don't really know about the views on a day like this, but who knows? Then after we'll have some dinner in town. Even worse over here.
Well, here we are. This is Ocean Point. But I think at this point we're gonna have to imagine the view we would have been able to see from here. There's a lighthouse out there somewhere. A bunch of islands, rock formations. But we have this dense fog. It is what it is. Let's continue.
Oh, bummer. Let's get something to eat, and tomorrow will be another day. Another rainy day. I betcha this is gorgeous with good weather. With all these waterfront mansions here, we'll have to return someday.
Found great parking. We're back at Boothbay Harbor, and we're gonna get something to eat.
Caterers here has good reviews since 1998. Here we are. It is very casual, so we ordered some chowders and the lobster pie. I hope it is good. Let's try and get a piece of lobster out, see what it looks like. You see, it is not always lobster rolls. We want to try it in every shape, every form, and this one we hadn't seen before. Yeah, I'm having a hard time here. There it is. It was $30 for the lobster pie.
Oh yeah, the lobster pie wasn't bad. It's a little pricey, but hey, you're in Maine. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the RV, get some work done, and I think this is it. This is all we're gonna do here in Boothbay Harbor for today.
This area of Maine we've been at is called the Mid-Coast. Now tomorrow we're going to DownEast and Acadia. That's supposed to be the pièce de résistance.
Well, this was very nice. Very nice RV park, actually. Having a brewery is certainly a plus. And family owned and operated. And Boothbay, nice town overall. Very, very friendly people here. They do have to do something about this weather. I mean, this is uncalled for. But other than that, timing. Hopefully we'll get better weather at Acadia now that we're going there. Let me see where we're going. We're going to Bar Harbor, Maine, with a pit stop right before Bar Harbor. A pit stop at Ellsworth.
It is a long drive, and we're skipping so many places along the way. Several months would not be enough to explore Maine. But at least we're gonna be hitting the highlights this time around. Unfortunately, over the past few days, the weather hasn't exactly cooperated, and I would linger in some of these areas longer, to be honest. But we have reservations at hard-to-reserve places, so we must go. Where we're going is arguably the most famous and scenic part of Maine. That would be Bar Harbor and Acadia National Park. This rather impressive bridge is the Penobscot Narrows Bridge, spanning the Penobscot River. Who knew? We're getting close to our destination. Eventually, we arrive in Mount Desert Island, our final destination, where we will be for the next few days, exploring Acadia National Park and beyond. Greetings from the Bar Harbor Oceanside KOA, where we are a mere 20 minutes away from downtown. And that's where we're going. Get the lay of the land, maybe do a short yet very iconic adventure, and why not, have something to eat. Here we go, found parking. Like a glove, baby.
Here we go, we'll use the app. Well, here we are, 4:35 for 2 hours. Seems reasonable. And yeah, like a glove, man. It's tight parking spot. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that in the era where we didn't have cameras. But we're like right here to the footbridge. It's somewhere. It's a path. It's right here.
Where are we going, you might ask? Which, by the way, beautiful flowers everywhere. We're going to walk on water. Literally. Well, not really, but we're going to walk to an island. It is called the Bar Island Land Bridge, and it is one of those things unique to this area. Only accessible 1.5 hours before or after low tide.
Well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the Bar Island, land bridge. Anyway, this is something you can only do at low tide, and what is normally an island becomes like a peninsula. Check it out. There you go. Check it out. High tide will leave you stranded 1.5 hours before and after low tide. Well, low tide is right now, so we should be fine. So you are here, and we're gonna go into the water.
Here in this area, the difference between low and high tide can be over 10 feet. We definitely have to come back during high tide to see the difference. Pretty surreal to think that in a couple of hours, all this is going to be underwater. Here's looking east towards the Mount Desert Narrows, the tidal pools, some people kayaking. And the reason we're doing this first, well, the last time we were here we didn't get a chance to do it. And it is one of those things you have to time it right. And I didn't want to miss my chance.
Yeah, it's quite unfathomable to think that in 2 hours, all this is going to be underwater. We'll come back tomorrow around noon-ish and see it that way. I don't feel like waiting for so long. It's going to be nighttime, but I always wanted to do this, so it's fitting that it is the first thing we do in Bar Harbor. Yeah, I wonder how deep this highest point here would be. I wonder if you can wade during high tide. I don't think they recommend it, but I'm a curious mind. There we go. Seaweeds.
Yeah, this is technically the ocean floor, right?
Like here.
Here we have some tidal pools, and that water is going to be creeping up soon.
We could make some clam chowder.
We're almost there.
Here we are. We have reached the island.
Yeah, we're officially on dry land, Bar Island, which is part of Acadia National Park. We are now debating whether to do the rest of the trail. I mean, it's about an extra half mile, and it ends at a viewpoint. I think we gotta do it. We still have about an hour, maybe more, before we get stranded on the island. Here's looking back towards Bridge Street.
I do have my America the Beautiful one.
Happy lifetime, wow, man. Okay,
Well, this is supposed to be a 1 mile easy trail to the summit. We'll see. Is there supposed to be a view, at the end?
It is really only half a mile. 1 mile would be counting the land bridge as well, which is technically part of the trail.
Just a walk in the woods.
It is getting pretty dark here.
Yeah, we're close to the summit here. There we go. A little uneven here near the summit. Here we go. this is the final loop here, I think. Shall we go clockwise or counterclockwise? Gotta follow the blue blazes here because the trail is not obvious in this part. It's leveling off. Actually, this must be the summit right here of the mountain. It's not a mountain, it's an island, like a hill. Okay, I guess the view is from down there.
There's supposed to be a view of Bar Harbor from here, and yeah, there it is. Kind of. There it is, Bar Harbor. Cadillac Mountain engulfed in the clouds. The town actually looks a lot smaller than I remembered from this vantage point.
Well, perhaps not the most commanding view. I would dare to say even a little anticlimactic. But yeah, we get a nice view of Bar Harbor and the mountain, and now we go back. You know, we don't want to get stuck in the island. And that tide is going to be coming up pretty soon here. And it's a lovely island, but I don't want to stay here overnight. It's a very dark forest. It's all about the journey, sometimes. This may be the highlight of our trail here. Psst. Psst, psst. I think they're so used to people they don't even react. We're almost at the bottom. Hopefully the tide hasn't come up yet. And it looks like we've made it. Yes, the tide is still down. Yeah, I think this used to belong to a ship. Doesn't really belong here. Well, let's go over there. I mean, the tide should be starting to come up now.
Look at the tidal pools. The sea levels should be starting to rise here real soon.
Is it me, or does it look like there is more water over here now? The tide's coming up. So slowly that you can barely notice it, but it is slowly coming up. Slowly coming in. Well, it looks like we made it. We survived. The tide is still low enough. I think they exaggerate. It's probably like 3 or 4 hours that you can stay out here. So the tide coming up.
With every small wave, the water level becomes a little higher.
I believe the water comes all the way here, so we'll come back tomorrow at high tide and see the difference. We want to walk into town. It's about a quarter mile, so it's right there.
Actually, we're probably just going to do the local craft brewery, which is even closer. Here we go, Atlantic Brewing Company. And they have food too.
Midtown Brewery. To 9 p.m.
There's a little bit of a long wait, but eventually we are seated.
Table by the street.
We're having the burrata and some meatballs.
But it is raining, so there's nothing else to do. I mean, it's just a Sierra mist. Of course, my app says precipitation unlikely, but it is what it is.
And we left the umbrellas in the car. It's a brand new day, and today we're going to the national park.
Well, got me a physical map because you never know, cell phone signal could be, sketchy. And now we're gonna fill up with gas and take the loop road. Hopefully it won't be too crowded, although it seems to be crowded.
Here we are at the Halls Cove Visitor Center, and now we're going to take Paradise Hill Road towards the Park Loop Road. Where are they stopping? Wildlife, perhaps? I can't see anything. Our first stop will be here at the Paradise Hill Overlook. What a great view of Bar Island, the land bridge now underwater. Isn't that something? Beautiful views. Now let's continue. It is starting to get crowded, and I always say it. The way I see it about national park overcrowding is not as much the amount of people as the lack of parking space. Luckily, they also have these shuttles, but I prefer to drive whenever possible. There are some people here parked by this body of water, and I wonder if there's any wildlife. We're not gonna stop though. Let's park here and see if there is any view.
Yeah, heavy fog rolling in.
I have a feeling it is going to be that kind of day, with lots of fog. The weather lately hasn't really been on our side now, has it? Come to think of it, it could be worse, it could be raining, or even worse, a different season. Snow. Ooh. I really can't complain about the weather today. It's just a little fog by the ocean. I guess this is the official national park entry booth. Oh well, so much for finding parking here. This is a lot more crowded than I was expecting, although I should have known. Lately, most national parks are very crowded. This is where the coastal part of the Loop Road begins, by Sand Beach. And there is also a very popular hike, the Beehive Trail, which I think I'm going to do tomorrow. Parking lot full. I should have known. Let's try our luck with parking anyway. I usually have great luck finding parking at places like this. I mean, there are always people coming in and out, right? Well, in this case, wrong. I know it may be a controversial subject, but if it was me running this place, I would just build a huge underground parking garage. Problem solved. What do you think? Here we are. The road goes right next to the ocean path, which is this coastal trail here. Somewhere down there, there's a rock crevice called the Thunder Hole, that if you time it correctly with the tides, it produces a thunderous boom and a huge splash. We would have to come at high tide though. It's a miracle we found parking.
Well, yes, so it's crazy busy today in Acadia. Found that parking spot there, and let's just go down to the trail, see if we can see that thunder hole. It's really foggy today, can't barely see anything. I think if tomorrow I want to do the Beehive trail, I'm gonna come like at 6 a.m. Check out these three.
They look like tumors. Kind of bummed out about the low visibility, but it's still beautiful. All these jagged rocks and rocky beaches. It is about a quarter mile, maybe a little more, to where I want to go.
On the way.
Here we are at the Thunder Hole, but I don't think the tide is high enough right now for this thing to work.
Yeah, we timed pretty good.
Let's get a little closer. Yeah, this is supposed to be it. But the tide is not at the right place right now for it to do its thing fully. It is still great to witness the sheer power of the Atlantic Ocean here.
Whatever it does, it's not really doing it now.
I'm going to walk a little farther to experience the different views.
Yeah, I'm gonna start heading back. Well, I keep saying it, all these parks, they should just build a huge underground parking garage. And it would solve all the parking problems, all the overcrowding problems, because as you can see, the trail is not that overcrowded, it's just hard to find parking.
It is a beautiful coastline, even in these less than ideal viewing conditions.
Oh yeah, I was really tempted to go down there, but I did not bring my, my good hiking shoes, high traction, so we're just gonna continue. And the line for the bathroom up there looks like it would be at least half an hour, so yeah, more infrastructure is what they need. Okay, let's just walk to the edge real quick here.
Here we are, Starship. Let's do it. This is the Otter Creek Overlook. Definitely coming back early tomorrow, see if we can hit some of these spots. This is Otter Cove and the bridge that spans it. There's construction going on. Let's stop here. There's parking in this area. Check out the view with those islands and the rocky beach here.
I believe this is called Little Hunter's Beach, and all I can say is it looks very similar to the Oregon coast. Yeah, we're gonna do the rest of the loop road going to town and maybe look for a bathroom, maybe have a drink somewhere or something to eat somewhere and use the facilities.
All of a sudden, we've got sunshine. Acadia National Park also has this network of carriage roads built by John D. Rockefeller for horseback riding, and today they can be used by pedestrians, cyclists, and horse-drawn carriages. That would be pretty cool to do, a different, slower experience. And we're back in Bar Harbor. What can I say? Pretty busy town.
Well, here we are, found parking. Let's look for the kiosk and see the number for the app and Bar Harbor.
Very close to where we parked yesterday. Anyway, let's go somewhere where we can use the bathroom.
Crab claws and IPA and the thirsty whale. Fried clams. Got the blackened. It's blackened, but it's fried blackened. We're stuffed. That was really good, actually. I had never had fried clams before, and the blackened fish sandwich was kind of different because it was with batter and blackened. It was good. Good taste. Let's walk around town a little bit and see the difference in the tide, which is supposed to be quite dramatic. Bar Harbor. Ooh, the famous whoopie pies.
I mean, we're trying to cut down on sugar, but in Maine, you gotta do it, right?
Rainbow cake. Today we're gonna try the famous whoopie pie. I keep seeing this everywhere.
This seems to be the official treat of the States, although according to some accounts it may have been invented in Massachusetts or New Hampshire or even Pennsylvania.
Not bad. Now for my double espresso shot. Well, now I can say I've tried the famous whoopie pie. Let's keep exploring the town.
With the fog burnt out, it's turned out to be a beautiful day.
Well, this is pretty much high tide. The tide is slowly going down, but normally there'll be, on the low tide there'll be a chunk of land here almost all the way to the end of that pier. I've seen the webcam. Maybe we'll come later at low tide so you can see. You can see the marking on the pier where the absolute high tide would be. So it is going down. There we go. That over there, that would have been the land bridge.
Coming from a place where the tide range is less than 3 feet, this is kind of surreal. About 11 feet is the tide range here. I wonder if that's lobster coming in. One of these days we'll visit the Bay of Fundy, where the tidal range can be 53 feet, one of the world's largest. Anyway, let's go see the land bridge up close.
Check out that land bridge once again.
Yeah, we're enjoying perfect weather today. Finally, perfect weather. For the past couple of days, it hasn't been so great.
Well, it is now 3:20 p.m. and yeah, the tide is already slowly going down. But still, as you can see, it's completely impassable to the island. Incredible to think that in just 3 hours maybe, you're gonna be able to walk to that island like we did yesterday. Yeah, I love stuff like this. Yeah, this is as far as we can go without getting our feet wet. Alright, now we're gonna take a break and we have timed the reservation for this evening by sunset to go up to Cadillac Mountain. So. Got some much needed groceries. Check it out, moose. Now we're gonna take a break at the KOA and we'll come back for Cadillac Mountain in a couple hours.
Meanwhile, at the KOA, we're just walking around. See the campground.
Here we go. Here we have the communal beach access. Calling it a beach may be a stretch, but there it is.
Oh yeah, this is one of two communal beach access here at the KOA. And I imagine it's low tide right now, or it's the beginning of low tide.
Next time, we gotta get one of those waterfront sites. Very relaxing to be here. It doesn't always have to be go, 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 right? Although for us, it usually is.
Well, that's it. We got one more point of interest, and then we have our appointment with Cadillac Mountain. I think they've ruined the national parks with all these, timed entries and appointments, but it is what it is.
Before Cadillac Mountain, we're gonna go to Bass Harbor Head Light Station. It's supposed to be this beautiful lighthouse. Starship has no turning radius whatsoever. What a quaint, beautiful small town. The lighthouse looked pretty close on the map, but it is actually kind of far away, a little bit of a drive. I just hope it is worth it. Here we are, and once again, kind of insufficient parking, but there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to wait for someone to leave. Yeah, kind of chaotic. Even more people coming now. Anyway, let's check out the view.
Here we go. Important facts. 1858.
I think we're gonna have a beautiful sunset today. And there is the lighthouse.
Please don't hit the bell. They read my mind. Okay. Can I hit this one? Maybe not. Oh, you see that you can go down there.
Maybe we can go down to the rocks.
Alright, let's head back up. Let's check out the other side.
Right, let's check out the view of the lighthouse from this side.
A little sketchy, perhaps. And here's the view looking into the upcoming sunset. perhaps a better view in the morning. What do you guys think?
Let's head back up.
I don't know if it was worth a little bit of scrambling for that backlit shot, but yeah, I like it. Not bad.
Alright, next stop, Cadillac Mountain. Let's stop here, check out the view really quick. This, by the way, is Southwest Harbor. It looks like the summit is still engulfed in the clouds. Bad news for us. These are probably the best sunset views to be had from right here. That's why everybody is parked on the side of the road. I mean, I understand your desire to see the sunset, but blocking the road doesn't seem like a good idea. Yeah, now what? Cadillac Mountain, by the way, is most popular for sunrise, it being the earliest one on the contiguous United States. But last time it didn't go so well, so we decided to come for sunset this time instead. It doesn't look very promising this time around either. If there is a positive about the reservation system, you are now able to find parking.
Well, outlook doesn't look promising, but let's see, maybe the fog will move away.
Actually, there's a little bit of a view. The last time we came in 2018, there was zero visibility.
Conditions could change in a matter of seconds.
As I feared.
It's gone.
Pretty spooky to see the forest engulfed in the clouds.
All of a sudden you can see a little more. The islands down there. Actually, this is the best it's been so far.
I'm just glad our trek up here wasn't a total loss.
As good as it gets.
There's a glimmer of hope. We are out of the clouds. Now it would be great if we were able to find a spot here on the side of the road. Yep, this is it.
I think this is the best view we're gonna be able to get, so here it is.
A little too dark for this camera, but this is the best we can do. That must be Bar Harbor down there. Anyway, I was able to snap a much better photo with my Galaxy S23.
Let's see what we can see. There we go. Let's continue.
We almost have a full moon today, so the overnight time lapse almost looks like daytime.
Well, good morning. Today we're going on a little hike. It's called the Beehive, and it is pretty much the only one of the big hikes here in the park that is open, because something about the peregrine falcons that, you know, they're doing their thing, and we cannot do our thing while they're doing their thing, basically. So yeah, it's a beautiful morning. Should be nice. It's actually a little chilly. It's 60. Well, the car says 65 degrees, but this morning was cooler. It was in the 50s. Let me set up my GPS and off we go. It is 6:48 a.m. I was hoping to get out a little earlier, but we'll take it. Hopefully, you know, the crowds are still not there in droves as they usually are. I think I'm sufficiently prepared. Lots of traffic in this part of Maine.
Continue on Maine 102 south for 1.5 miles.
I like having a V8.
The booths are not even open yet. It is already getting crowded, but not nearly as bad as yesterday. I bet you in a few minutes this parking lot is going to be full.
Well, what do you know? Early bird finds parking, right? Let's check out the beach, and then Sand Beach here, and then we'll do our hike. By the way, cool, they have changing rooms, so if you want to come to the beach, you know, to swim.
I'm sure that water is too cold for this Floridian of tropical descent.
That's where we're going.
It must be low tide. Look at all these patterns carved on the sand by the receding water.
Yeah, we must be at really low tide because this water is still receding here beneath me. And it is definitely not a beach-going weather, at least not for this Florida man. I mean, it's in the low 60s air temperature, and that water must be frigid. But they have changing rooms, so maybe after my hike, I'll refresh. I did bring my bathing suit, and I have some sandals in Starship. I was gonna taste the water, but we're not gonna do that. This is the Atlantic, the North Atlantic. Let's see if we can find that trailhead to go to the Beehive. So as you can see, there were already people up there. It's supposed to be a pretty strenuous hike, not Angel's Landing, you know. Look at that, it's like Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm easily distracted. It's not Angel's Landing bad, but it is supposed to be pretty strenuous.
Yeah, I'm still mesmerized by this.
Yeah. It is amazing the texture on the water created by the receding. The texture on the sand created by the receding water.
All right, let's look for the Beehive trailhead, according to all trails anyway. Should be right over there.
Beehive, here we come.
Here we go. The Ultra Beehive Trail. The Beehive Trail starts in 0.2 miles. Alright. Let's go for it. Start now. Yeah. Technically, it thinks the trail starts at the parking lot.
Yeah, kind of very rocky and wet here at the beginning. A little wet. And I haven't done anything like this in a while, so not since Cassidy Arch and Hickman Bridge in Utah. So yeah, luckily it's a cool morning. I mean, it's gonna be good hiking weather, and I did bring my good hiking boots.
Follow the blue blazes, I guess. Here we go. Beehive Trail to the right. Nearly vertical route. Exposed cliffs. Alright. We'll take them one step or one ladder at a time.
It does say small children should not use this trail, but I guess for some, that's just a suggestion. Many of you have asked me why I don't use sticks, and the short answer is because I'm filming. I may start using them in the future though, and maybe use a chest mount like I'm going to be using later today.
Yeah, some of these blazes are just a little bit faded. Oh, look at the view.
Yeah, we're gaining elevation all right.
I guess it is not that way. It's this way. And blue blazes keep going that way.
I'm gonna put away the camera for this one.
But first, here we have another great view.
See if I can do this.
Actually, I did bring a chest mount, so I can use both hands now.
Yeah, not for the faint of heart.
Actually, the selfie came out better.
It's getting better and better.
And I don't think we're even halfway to the top. Yeah, my camera bag keeps getting in the way. It is a very busy trail, which slows things down. Luckily, it is a one-way trail, only going up. We'll come back down on the other side of the mountain.
Here we go.
I'll be the first to admit, this is a little more hardcore than I was expecting. They were right about not doing this if you're afraid of heights, which I am a little bit.
All right.
Oh yeah, what a view. Totally commanding. Gotta keep on going. It feels pretty strenuous. In fact, very strenuous. I gotta start doing more hikes like this one, so it becomes a little less strenuous.
Follow the blue blazes.
Traffic jam on the trail.
Okay, sketchy. Just a little sketchy. I hope these trees are solidly attached to the rock.
This may be the sketchiest part, because there's really nothing to hold on to.
Alright, good. There's a handle here.
Look at the line behind me. But I'm stuck behind the young family with the two little kids. And they are going really slow. And there's no way to pass them in this sketchy section of the hike. It is a constant traffic jam, but the views are spectacular. So it is good to stop once in a while, admire the view, drink some water. There it is in the distance, the Egg Rock Lighthouse. Let's continue. I think we're getting close to the summit. If I decide to do this one ever again, I'm definitely coming much earlier.
Well, as you saw, this is a trail here, not for the faint of heart. I mean, the views are totally worth it, I think, but not quite on the level of like Angel's Landing or Picacho Peak, but almost, eh? And I'm also a few years older, so and a little more out of shape, so I feel a little more, but still, I think we're almost at the top. I think the worst part is over, and luckily we don't have to go down that way. It's like a lollipop loop, so now we're gonna reach the summit and we have nowhere to go but down. But yeah, there's even a lighthouse on that island there. Right, and you can see for miles. I mean, and also, look at this. We've been blessed with the clearest day we've had in a while. No fog, no clouds, no rain. It's just perfect. Right, I'm gonna keep going.
Just a little bit more. We're almost there.
Oh, there's the cruise ship coming.
We're getting a different view from this side of the summit. Mount Desert Narrows, the Porcupine Islands.
Yeah, this is just spectacular. You can even see Bar Island and the land bridge back there, and I think this is probably the highest point here. Now we have nowhere to go but down. Let's see what the marker says, because I walked just by it and didn't read it.
Here we are, Beehive Summit, elevation 520 feet, 160 meters.
Which doesn't seem like that much, but we're coming from sea level, so.
All of a sudden, it feels lonely on the trail. Not that I'm complaining, I actually prefer it this way.
I mean, look at the views.
Yeah, even on the way down, we still have great views.
Yeah, this may require two hands.
Don't break on me now. Do you guys see a blue blaze? I don't.
Less than a mile away from Sand Beach.
Actually, let's do the whole thing. I'm not that tired.
Yeah, there's a lake called The Bowl. Might as well check it out since the weather is so good and it's still early. Although I thought we were done with climbing and rocks. Not necessarily an easy trail. Pretty good views from here too. Going downhill can be as challenging as going uphill.
Okay, almost at the bowl lake there.
There it is.
Well, check out this beautiful lake out here. Look at the fish.
Yeah, look at all the little fishies.
Quick breakfast break with a view.
Oh, there's a boardwalk.
Champlain Trail. I guess we'll go that way. Yeah, blue blazes. Saying goodbye to our pretty lake. Now, another walk in the woods. All of a sudden, the trail feels very solitary compared to, I guess most people take that shortcut across and don't come to the lake. Another fork on the road. Okay, here we go. Loop road, 5 miles. I mean, 0.5 miles. And this part is once again fairly highly trafficked. Rocky and sketchy. Yeah, I remember this part. Yeah, this is that rocky and wet part of the trail. Well, we survived. Now let's check out the beach, see how the tide is right now. Yeah, the tide is much higher now.
There are a lot more people now too. Some are even wading in the water. I don't see anybody really taking a full plunge though, just a splash here or there. I've decided I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, a lot more people on the beach now. Let me go all the way to the end, see what the view looks like, and then we're gonna do that coastal trail.
There's a boat coming. Before we leave this area, we have to get on a boat. They have whale watching tours from Bar Harbor, so we may want to take one of those. Let's continue. Maybe we'll have better luck with the Thunder Hole this time.
Okay, here we go. It's called the Ocean Path. Thunder Hole, 0.7 miles. Outer Cliffs, 1.5 miles. I think we can do it. After this stretch right here, I don't think there's a whole lot of elevation gain. The road is right there, and we're going a little bit of an up and down here. The ocean is right there. You can't really see it, but it's there. Oh, look at that view.
Let's go down to the rocks, like everybody else, since today I have the appropriate footwear.
I think that was close enough. Let's keep going.
Here's another ledge, this one even more dramatic. Acadia is slowly climbing up on my list of best national parks.
We'll continue. course, today we can actually see the scenery. Well, let's check out the Thunder Hole once again.
It doesn't look like it is really doing it right now.
Yeah, the tide right now is so much lower than we probably won't be able to see much. Yesterday, all this was full of water.
It is not high tide and not particularly rough seas either. Actually, not the thunderous foamy explosion I was expecting, but I'll take it.
I guess this is one of those that is better at low tide.
Let's see if it does it one more time. Nah, no such luck.
I'm gonna do one more mile on this trail to the other cliffs.
I believe this is the same spot I stopped at yesterday. What a difference a day makes.
This is kind of strange. Today we have much better weather. And there's a lot less people. I don't get it. Where we're going, right there. I think that's where I'm gonna turn around. Right there.
And they found the wrong rock. Good spot for a picnic.
Very nice, quite a change of scenery all of a sudden.
From here, we can see this whole rugged coastline, and even the beach, the creatively named Sand Beach. That was the Thunder Hole area.
Alright, let's start getting back. I'm tired.
I think it is time to start heading back. We've been at this for about 5 hours, and I lost count of how many miles or steps, but they were quite a few. And that hike, yeah, I can relate. It doesn't look that bad from down here. Some lucky person just found parking. Ooh, traffic jam. Yeah, no, this is not a good time to come to the national park. It is time to leave. And I see maybe another lobster roll in my future. After all this hiking, I can pretty much eat anything I want. we're home.
Hi. I really like the Airstream.
Yes, it is a food truck. The Lobster Trap Cafe. Very creative.
That's very cool. A lobster Airstream.
It is such a beautiful day at the KOA. Next time, definitely a waterfront site. I'm sure they're super hard to get. In fact, we couldn't even get full hookups this time around. We came to Trenton Bridge Lobster Pound, a stone throw away from the KOA.
Right there. In salt water. Oh yeah. It's never under $100.
Our order has arrived. Clam chowder and lobster rolls.
Order number 20. Please come to the console. That's order number 20.
Let's taste this first.
Very cool how they boil it right there.
That was really good. I'm gonna miss all this lobster when we leave Maine.
This was a good campground, very scenic and well located. Now it is time to move to another area of Acadia, the Schoodic Peninsula. Let's hit the dump station before we go because we only had water and electric here and it is going to be the same way where we're going. We only have about half an hour drive today to Acadia Seashore Campground, so we have some time to kill. We're gonna stop at Walmart to kill some time, get some work done, maybe buy something.
Well, took a long break here at Walmart. Even took a shower. And now I realize that we're almost late for our campground check-in. And then we're going to lunch with David and Prudence. You met him at the Winnebago Towables rally. I hope we didn't forget anything. No, steps are up.
Head east.
East. Where is
In
east?
300.
Almost there. Here we are. Oh, this is lovely. We got a very short pull through here, but we'll take it. We had a great time having lunch, catching up with our friends Dave and Prudence. They do the Winnebago Towables rally. And then we went to this secluded winery. Lovely property and super nice people. By the way, everybody in Maine has been great. Super friendly, hospitable. The food is expensive, but it's been great everywhere. So much lobster, so much good seafood. And we still have a lot of ground to cover in Maine.
I didn't take much video because I'm taking the day off, you know, just hanging out with friends here in Maine. But Bartlett Winery here, very nice. They do blueberry and apple wines and apricot wine, and they have spirits and yeah. And it's back here, you know, you see it's like in the middle of this trail in the woods. A hidden gem for sure. Now we have a live stream to do.
Let's see the view from the shore trail here. Walk around the campground a little bit. As I was saying, we're not even halfway in our trip here. We still have to get on a boat, see the easternmost point in the lower 48, and go north and inland. Check out all the lobstering boats. Now let's do a campfire and enjoy this dark sky area of Maine. Look how low the tide is now. We enjoyed the dark sky until the moon came out. Before we do anything else, we're going to this other area of Acadia National Park called the Schoodic Peninsula, across Mount Desert Narrows from Bar Harbor. Our first stop is going to be Fraser Point. Let's see what the view looks like.
Well, yeah, this is called Fraser Point. Yeah, I think we are at low tide right now. Very nice, actually.
Here's looking west towards Grindstone Point. It is beautiful out here.
Let's see if we get a better view from this bridge. Actually, it's like a pier.
Yes, it is supposed to be a fishing pier. Here we even have some information about our potential catch of the day.
I guess this is how far the water would come in high tide.
Ooh, nice house.
I think what has impressed me the most about this area is the drastic tides, That's so different,
Like from where I'm from, Florida is what, a couple of feet? And here it's like the whole coastline kind of changes sometimes. All right, let's keep going. There's a one-way road now that goes all the way to the end.
Oh, there's a lighthouse. That must be the Winter Harbor Light. If anything, it is a beautiful drive. Let's stop once again. It is indeed the Winter Harbor Light on Mark Island. I wonder what those are. We are almost there.
Here we are, Schoodic Point. Let's go all the way down there. And the main reason I want to come all the way down here is you might be able to see Bar Harbor in the distance. But look at that, look at this huge crack. Yeah, that's gotta be Egg Rock Lighthouse out there in the distance. And it is kind of hard to see with the naked eye, but I believe that's Bar Harbor right behind it. I'm gonna zoom in all the way.
Definitely Egg Rock. We saw it from the Beehive, and now we see it from here. Yep, definitely looks like Bar Harbor way out there in the distance.
Oh, wildlife. Well, that was very cool. Now let me walk back and have a quick lunch because we're hungry. We skipped breakfast. And then we're getting on a boat. We're supposed to see whales. Whales here in these frigid waters. Yeah, it's perfect weather today. It's gotta be in the 70s, low 70s, maybe even high 60s.
One final look at Schoodic Point before we go. How about another lobster roll? This place comes highly recommended by the folks who run the campground.
Yet another lobster roll. I lost count of how many we've had.
Well, it's getting hot. According to the car, it's 76 degrees, which, yeah, that's not hot. I guess we're not used to it anymore. Anyway, that lobster roll, two lobster rolls. Actually, we ordered two hot, two cold, just to taste the difference. And we haven't had two lobster rolls yet that are the same. This was like 99.9% pure lobster meat. I mean, no fillers, no mayo, no lettuce or celery, none of that nonsense. Anyway, we're going back to Bar Harbor. It's a 45-minute drive because this afternoon we're getting on a cruise. And if nature cooperates, we might see some whales. I don't know what kind of whales, but we figured let's do one last thing here in the what's it called? Mount Desert Island, MDI.
I found this spot outside of the national park boundary and with no flight restrictions, so let's check out our surroundings from this higher perspective. We can see all the way to the Porcupine Islands. I bet you if I have a long enough zoom lens, we could see Bar Harbor, somewhere out there in the distance. Let's zoom in a little bit. Oh, when we get a Class C, we can park here. Yay, found parking. Relatively close.
There you go, like a glove. We're just by the land bridge, a couple blocks away from where the boat departs. I paid for 7 hours, which was like $14 and change. Well, let's check out the Bar Island path, which right now is high tide, so...
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this tide phenomenon, as you can probably tell. Now it is completely high tide, not a hint of the land bridge.
Yeah, to me it's still unfathomable that in about 6 hours you're gonna be able to walk over there.
Amazing nature, amazing beauty in this part of the country.
Now, let's go to the ship.
Bar Harbor is such a picturesque town, and such great weather today.
Can you tell autumn is coming?
Eagle Nest. Maybe we'll eat there later.
Well, one of those is our boat.
Here we are, waiting to board, and it is borderline hot, but we've been told it is going to get cold out there. In fact, here's the offshore weather report. And our ride has arrived. Let's get on board. Maybe next time we can get on a sailboat. How about that? That would be a cool activity, kayaking to Bar Island. Apparently, because we're experiencing warmer than usual ocean temperatures, we may have to go really far to find the whales. Into Canadian waters, actually. They do guarantee that you will see whales on this trip. Sometimes they're just offshore, but not today. We're going into the Bay of Fundy, actually. Saying goodbye to Bar Harbor for now. So many lobstering boats. All kinds of boats, actually. The Egg Rock Lighthouse, once again, all the way out there. All these floating buoys are lobster traps, all different colors, indicating who they belong to. So many lobster traps. Here's a closer look at the very isolated Egg Rock Light, built in 1875. Unfortunately, it is not open to the public. It would have been a nice sight to check out. And we are now passing Schoodic Point. Now speeding away from the safety of Mount Desert Narrows onto the open Atlantic, the air temperature getting significantly colder now. Can't barely see land anymore. And they have spotted something on the water. I wonder where they are.
Yeah. 9 o'clock.
Oh, there they go.
We keep circling around. They are somewhere around here. We've got dolphins.
Right over here on shore right. So these are dolphins again, on shore right here. Hello guys.
Okay, dolphins are cute, but we came to see whales, so moving right along.
Yeah, I
So there we are. So there's our whale over here. And
There, I just missed the spout. They are not showing off much, but still so great to see. If only a little bit of the whale. Now we're talking. We're going even farther, looking for more whales.
I see it. I saw that.
Over there.
Yeah, way out there. Way out there.
Motoring a little further north. Keeping our eyes peeled, scanning the horizon for more whale spouts, or any whale activity, really. There's a spout, and now it is breaching. How cool is that?
yeah, way out there, there's white that comes up. That's peck slapping. That's a whale with those big white pectoral fins. He's slapping into the water. There's another one doing it over here, closer to us. But the one way out there, that's actually whale way out there too. There's 10. There's one here. There's one close to us. There's one under us somewhere. We got whales. Okay. We're running out of fingers here. One of us here, one's peck slapping down. There's one way out in the distance. See that bright white? That's another whale peck slapping way out there. This is what I mean when you start saying, are they getting the whales close to us here going down towards us? It just went down in front of us here.
That's really cool.
So that's one of our whales. That's it. Yeah, right there back at about 7 or so. Headed away from us. Looks like it. Going towards it?
No, it's going away.
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure out who's in here for a moment. We do have a main whale up back at 7. got another one that just came back up. The two just came back up at about 7.
Yep.
Slide there. So we've got 4 here.
We've got more over here. Yeah, they are everywhere.
Yeah, it does.
And that one is still fin slapping all the way out there. As we start speeding away, the whales wave one last goodbye. Now we have dolphins again.
Yeah, these are Atlantic white-sided, these guys. Watch.
And we've got one more whale out here, slapping its tail.
We're getting all the barney cards.
Oh yeah, boom.
Okay.
It is almost like it is putting on a show for us.
Having a feeling about this kind of watching
And this one is a slapper. It is so fascinating to see these creatures in their natural habitat.
No, this is Slammer.
I'm just to keep track of things here. So this one is now doing back.
It is time to get back. The sun is starting to get low on the horizon. Came to the lower level, and now we're going to move to the bow of the ship. It is windy and cold. We may have come a little underdressed, but who would have thought, right? It is August, and it is like 75 degrees Fahrenheit in Bar Harbor. Yep, Floridians not used to this weather.
It is so windy.
Yeah, sunset is upon us as we speed back to Bar Harbor.
If you would like to show an appreciation for those crew members, we will have a little tip trap at the end of the game. I know it's a little guilty plug, but I gotta say it.
And we're back in Bar Harbor, and it is low tide. You can see the Bar Island land bridge.
Alrighty folks, well welcome back to Bar Harbor.
What can I say? This was a fun excursion, and a fitting end to our time in this area of Maine. Now for that one last roll.
Alright, let's get something to eat.
Let's check this place out.
Stillman's Downtown. We have the clam chowder, of course. New England clam chowder. Oh, here we go. It's a crab roll.
Yep, switching it up. crab roll.
Well, rule of thumb, you go out to eat in Maine, it's gonna be $100, pretty much everywhere.
Ooh, all these are lobster trap buoys. I think we've had enough fun for one day. It is dark around here. In fact, it is supposed to be a dark sky area. At the RV park, you must turn off your outside lights at night. It's a brand new day, and today the road will take us to the easternmost point of the contiguous United States, to a small town called Lubbock. This one has been on the bucket list for a while. Chaya's here. Pretty large town. One of the last ones we'll see before the end of the land. Now arriving in Lubbock, the easternmost town in the US, and they have the sign to prove it. Eastport is actually a little farther east, but since it is technically an island, it doesn't count. We're gonna be staying at this place called Sunset Point RV Park. Dare I say, the easternmost RV park in the US? Anyway, we're almost there. It is indeed the easternmost campground. As I'm checking in, Jeff, a viewer from this area, has left a message with the office to call him, as he would like to take me on his boat for an hour or so to see lighthouses and whales. That's a direct quote. I don't know, man. I have to make a hard decision here. You're twisting my arm. Without wasting any time, I called him and we agreed to meet at the landing in downtown. This is an opportunity I cannot pass up. Lubbock so far? Super cute town. And it makes me wonder how day-to-day life might be here. At the end of the land, just a stone throw away from Canada. I mean, literally. The land we see across this body of water is New Brunswick, Canada.
I'm not sure exactly whether this is the spot where he wants to meet, but I'll await his text message.
That's them. Off we go. The Mulholland Point Lighthouse on the Canadian side. It is a little bit of a bumpy ride, but I don't mind.
Part of the trip.
Wait, what did I tell you? We're on a boat. And what's the best thing? Besides having a boat, having a friend with a boat.
This is the Lubbock Channel Lighthouse, the type of lighthouse called a spark plug. See the resemblance? This one was established in 1890. We continue speeding towards the Atlantic, and we can even see Grand Manan Island in the distance. There it is, the easternmost point. The reason we came here, West Quoddy Head Lighthouse. It is much colder out here. Well, anyway, there it is. We'll visit it from land later today. Here's looking at Lübeck from the water, as we are about to go under the FDR International Bridge. Going between Campobello Island, New Brunswick, and all these islands on the US side. Moose Island in particular coming up ahead, home to the easternmost city in the USA. There it is, Eastport. As I mentioned, the easternmost city. It seems to be a charming town, but not on the plans for this particular trip. We must definitely add this one to the list, maybe during its famous 4th of July parade next year. Another thing we're not gonna be able to do is going into Canada. Illy's passport is in the process of being renewed, which is a good thing in a sense. I would feel so tempted to go further into New Brunswick, and I really want to concentrate on Maine on this trip. One of the main things to do on the Canadian side here is Campobello International Park, which used to be President Roosevelt's summer home. But what we're doing right now, I mean, we're technically in Canadian waters, is riding the tidal wave. This is called the Old Soul Whirlpool.
There's the whirlpool right there, right now.
Yep. Like driving on a slippery road.
Yeah, for real, yeah.
It feels like it at the wheel.
Yeah.
This is the kind of experience you can't really plan for. I mean, yeah, there are a handful of tours that will bring you here, but you have to time it right. It is most visible a few hours right before high tide. And it is the largest whirlpool of its kind in the Western Hemisphere. Who knew?
sounds.
This, by the way, Deer Island Point Campground, which seems to be very nice. We're going to go a little farther because there's a good chance we might see whales. What a beautiful area and what a great boat ride. We are now going northeast between Campobello and Deer Island. This would be the Cherry Island Lighthouse. Now approaching the northern tip of Campobello Island. And take a look at all these waterfront mansions up there on the cliff. Amazing! This one coming up is the Head Harbor Light Station, also known as the East Quoddy Head Lighthouse, erected in 1829 to aid the navigation into the Bay of Fundy.
See that staircase goes underwater?
Yeah, during low tide you can actually walk across and up the stairs and visit the lighthouse.
Alright, we're heading back.
Look at all these birds here.
Serious mackerel feed going on here.
Last but not least, we're going to see Franklin Delano Roosevelt's summer estate. From the water, since we can't go into Canada today. That's it, the one in the middle. On the left, the Hubbard Cottage.
Yeah, that's a better shot right there.
I really hope we can come visit next year on our way to the Bay of Fundy. Like they say, all good things come to an end. And here we are arriving in Lubeck once again.
Well, I want to thank Jeff and Joette for the ride here on the water. This beautiful day to be on the water, so thank you. See you on the road. And now we go back to the campground. There they go, off into the distance.
This was particularly special. Nothing like a local's tour of the area, on a boat no less. You watch, one of these days I'm gonna get me a boat, even though I've been advised against it several times, but I really love being on the water. Yeah, one tends to forget this is a border town, and I imagine many people arrive from Canada. All this sailing has made me hungry, so we came to the inn on the wharf. Fresh lobster. Here we go. I can always appreciate a restaurant with a view.
It's a lobster stew with a view. Haddock burger.
You know what I have? He'll say it in front of everybody.
This is our last day along the Maine coast. Tomorrow we're heading inland. It will still be scenic, but I doubt we're gonna be able to top this.
Oh, that was really good, especially that lobster stew. Oh my gosh.
Let's go to the easternmost point. The first one of 3 extreme points we want to visit in Maine. Oh no, I think the fog is rolling in. And here we are.
Well, here we are. We have made it to the easternmost point in the contiguous continental United States, also known as the lower 48. There it is. They have a visitor center, but it closed at 4 p.m. So we might come back tomorrow morning. We will open Wednesday, August 28th. Well, that's good to know. So they're not open tomorrow. So this is as good as it gets. But look at that fog. It's kind of rolling in, and isn't that something? That fog right there.
Yeah, that fog appeared out of nowhere.
Isn't that something? That fog right there, as we stand right here at the easternmost point in the United States, in the lower 48, in the contiguous. And as you know, I've been kind of doing all these points all over the country over the years. And at some point I want to make a video about all these points and how we got there and how we made it. And yeah, this is definitely, because you know, you have the 4 cardinal points: north, south, east, west, and then you have like the northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest. And we've been doing those too. There it is. Here we have the marker to prove it. Easternmost point in the USA, West Quoddy Head, Lubbock, Maine. And it has the GPS coordinates and everything.
Let's get back to the campground. I'm going to stop by the Lubbock sign really quick.
Yeah, I drove all the way back here because here they have this very nice sign saying, "Welcome to Lubbock, easternmost town in the USA. Settled 1785, incorporated 1811. And you know, they have the Canadian flag and the American flag, of course, because this is the end of the USA, but it continues in Canada, the land, right? And the lobster, the 3 main lighthouses here. Yeah, very, very allegoric. I think this is all we're gonna do here in Lubbock, because as I said, tomorrow I was gonna go to the lighthouse, but it's closed. So tomorrow we continue to the northern terminus of US 1, Fort Kent, and possibly the northeasternmost point, the northeastern corner of the USA.
Yes, today was a good day. It is always a good day when you reach a milestone like this one. Good morning from Sunset Point RV Park. Today we continue on US 1 North, and the plan is to go around the northeasternmost corner of the state all the way to Fort Kent. We're not gonna go to the northernmost point in Maine because that one is only accessible from the Canadian side of the border, and it seems to be pretty remote up there. For a good portion of this leg of the trip, we're going to be hugging the Canadian border, which is this body of water on the right. In some of these border towns, we have to be careful. Were we to continue straight, we would end up in Canada. Even though it has its scenic moments, it is for the most part an uneventful drive through the woods and small sleepy towns. When the guy at the Welcome Center told me Fort Kent was really far, he wasn't kidding. He even kind of discouraged me from going all the way there, but we've come this far, might as well, right? See the other end, or the beginning, if you will, of the road, the one that ends in Key West, Florida. We're going to stop here in Holton to take a break, and then we'll continue.
Well, there's a rare Scamp fifth wheel, and the main reason we stopped here, I mean, I'm gonna get some supplies, groceries, food, because we're going pretty remote here now. But since this is a video mostly about like extreme points, as it's being, this is not extreme point by any means, but we're very close to the northern terminus of I-95. And we're not gonna be able to go into the actual terminus because that would be the border with Canada, and as much as I would love to go into New Brunswick, it is not the time. But I just want to show you the interstate as we can see it from here. The sign right there, I-95 north, right lane, and there it is. That overpass you see over there, that's I-95. Yeah, I-95 goes for another couple of miles, I think, and then it crosses into Canada. So this is the closest we're gonna get to the northern terminus of I-95, which some years ago I used to live within walking distance to the southern terminus of I-95.
Visitor Information Center. Maybe there's like a marker or something?
I went to ask if there was like a monument, something marking the northern terminus of I-95, and she didn't know. But just in case, we're gonna save that one for when we cross into New Brunswick in a future date. Let's take a break and we'll continue.
Here at this town called Mars Hill, we're going to take a detour from US 1 and take US 1A, which goes closer to the Canadian border and passes by what I would consider to be the northeasternmost point in the USA, although the exact spot is a point of contention, really. It could be anywhere along that diagonal section of the border. The farther north we go, the more scenic it gets. Take a look at this beautiful manicured countryside. Less wooded, more farmland. Don't you hate it when you get stuck behind one of these slow-moving contraptions? And with the trailer in tow, I always hesitate about passing someone on a two-lane highway. Okay, I'll take a chance. Some of those fields in the distance, that's Canada. We're right by the border. Here we have a small town called Limestone. We are really nearing the corner of the state here. What in my mind could be considered the northeastern corner of the country. At a place called Hamlin. Unfortunately, there is nowhere to stop. We continue hugging the border on our way to a town called Madawaska, which also claims to be the corner. At least they have the sign. And you can actually stop. It looks like there is parking. Here we are, Madawaska. Let's look for somewhere to park.
Well, here we are in Madawaska, Maine, and this is the Four Corners Park. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was gonna be RV parking in here, so yeah, I'm glad I didn't try to come in here with the RV because there's not much of a turnaround here.
Of course, that would have worked perfectly with a B+, the one you'll see pretty soon here in the future.
Mr. Knucklehead. That's one big moose right there. Anyway, the reason we're here is because this will be officially the northeastern corner and almost the northernmost point in Maine. Yeah, it's a motorcycle expedition what they do here, and that's one of the main reasons for this park.
Let's see if we can find the official marker. The most northeastern town in the United States. One of the Four Corners.
Well, yeah, this is officially another one of those extreme points. Officially the most northeastern town of the United States and one of the Four Corners. As I said, looking at the map, it's arguable that yeah, this is where they have the sign, so this is officially the corner. Let me show you the map here. They have a map right here. I guess they go by city or town and not by landmark, because for example, yeah, the southwest, San Isidro, California, but what we did, we went to the actual exact point, to that beach right there. Is a state park in California, right by the wall, the border wall with Mexico. Blaine, Washington, of course, we did Cape Flattery. Now here we are, Madawaska, Maine, northeasternmost point, for the purposes of what I want to do, right? Which is all the extreme points of the United States. Key West is not really in the contiguous United States because Key West is an island, even though there's a bridge that goes to it. So the way I see it, the southeasternmost point is somewhere here in the Florida mainland, by a restaurant called Alabama Jack's. That's the beginning of one of the bridges that goes to the Keys. Anyway, it is great to be here. Another one of those extreme points. We've done 2 in a row. And now we're going to the northern terminus of US 1. So my map is going to be actually 8 extreme points, right? We've got the westernmost, which is Cape Alaba. In Washington, we have the easternmost, which we did yesterday. We have the southernmost, which is going to be actually Cape Sal in Florida, in the Everglades. And then you have the northernmost, which we haven't been to yet. The northernmost. By the way, this map is it's kind of crooked this way. I forget what projection it is. It's not the Mercator projection, it's the other one. The northernmost is the northwest angle in Minnesota, and we're probably not going to be able to do that one until next year. But and here's another sign with another map projection. This is actually totally inaccurate because Maine is not further north than the parallel. So anyway, they get an A for effort. All right, let's continue. I mean, there's nothing else here except, say that we were here. I'm sure the town has a lot to offer, but today we don't have the time to do that. We already have a reservation at the RV park. It's a city RV park in Fort Kent, the northern terminus of US 1. So before today, we had already been to all the other 3 corners of the country. So now we can say that we've visited the 4 corners of the United States, of the contiguous United States. I don't know if they're supposed to stop for pedestrians, but I'm gonna make a run for it anyway. Fort Kent is next. That is Canada right over there.
Here we are at Fort Kent, and we just passed the RV park on the right, but first we have to go to the police station to check in, and they are going to give us a key to the padlock so we can use the utilities. Here on the right is the first mile, or the last mile in our case, the border crossing, and here's the police station. All checked in, let's go to the campground. By the way, beautiful weather here today.
Well, we made it to Fort Kent. This is the city campground. I believe it was like $42 per night. Or 46, I forget. Anyway, there's supposed to be a trail that goes to the river, so let's check it out.
Yeah, I think I'm going to save the main attraction for tomorrow. It's been a long driving day.
There we go, it is the Northern Forest Canoe Trail. The eastern terminus. Cool.
That would be the St. John River, Canada on the other side. There are some people actually swimming in the river. That's the international bridge over there. Not a whole lot of traffic going back and forth at this particular border crossing.
Well, yeah, this is the St. John River. That is Canada. This is obviously the United States, and yeah, we're gonna stay here for tonight and explore Fort Kent a little bit. There's even people swimming in the river. The Allagash and St. John's rivers.
Sorry I started without you, but here we've got some frozen veggies, which we're going to add salt and pepper. Nothing too fancy, just onions and peppers like a sofrito mix. Next, garlic. Lots of garlic. Next, green peas. I always prefer the frozen kind instead of opening a can. What are we making here, you might ask? More salt, smoked paprika, oregano, cumin, cayenne pepper. This is starting to smell so good. A little bit of strained tomatoes. We've got some shredded chicken we boiled this morning, and even though it is cold, we're gonna start mixing it in as good as possible. A little bit of cooking wine. I almost forgot, and it could use a little more tomato.
Well, here we are. I think it came out a little low salt, but it's still delicious. Well, it is afternoon actually. Good afternoon. And tell you what, I don't feel like unhitching. So even though it is hot and humid, and it might even rain, we're just gonna walk to the couple of points of interest here in town. One of them being, of course, the beginning of US 1. Although for us it will be the end, right? Well, here we are about a half a mile away, so we are truly on the last or first mile of US 1. There's the river, Canada is back there. It's all very, very picturesque. There's Fort Kent over here, historic site. We're gonna visit it on the way back, just in case, you know, we got caught in a downpour here. Maybe time for a resupply run.
There is really not a whole lot going on here on a Tuesday, but we're really here more for what this place represents. The end, or the beginning of the road. The Key West of the North, in a sense.
Well, here's the mural. I don't know exactly the symbolism, the significance. Is that us Americans shooting at the Canadians, or, well, there's US 1 right there. It's from the University of Maine, so I don't know. You have the sled dogs. If you guys know, let me know. That's the border patrol right there. It's not only the end of US 1, it's also the end of the Pine Tree Trail. Well, here we go. That's the border crossing right there, and this is America's first mile. Here we go, America's first mile. And if we are to drive on this road, you know, non-stop for a couple of days, eventually we'll make it to Key West, Florida. 4,446 original miles.
Maybe we should do the whole thing someday, although I know for a fact some sections can be tedious.
The first mile designated November 11th, 1926.
That was the same year they completed Route 66.
Oh, here it is, the St. John River, and that's the levee, the trail that, actually this is a trail that goes all around town and it passes right behind. This is the trail that goes right behind the campground. I was thinking of running it this morning, but I changed my mind. Duty called. Well, just like the end is the beginning is also the end. And US 1. Well, this is it. There's no sign that says begin US 1, but this is all we've got right here in front of the border crossing.
This is the main reason why we drove all the way here, so let's take one final look.
Alright, let's check out Fort Kent Historic Site.
It doesn't seem to be open, but we'll see. What is this?
That is very funny. Okay, so they are closed. Everything seems to be closed. Well, not everything, but the brewery is closed, and this is closed. Let's see what's open. I imagine this will be like a self-guided tour.
Self-guided tour with not a whole lot of information. Like an interpretive sign would be nice. I'm supposed to pay $3? Let's see if it's worth it first. Here we have some interpretive signs, finally. Apparently this is the only surviving American fortification from the Aroostook War, which took place from 1838 to 1839. Although, there was never any actual combat. I guess this blockhouse is all that remains.
A lot of contemporary petroglyphs. I was hoping to be able to look inside, but okay, these are glass. Okay, let's see.
Oh, that looks scary.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at in there, but yeah, I think they just have some exhibits and maybe a way to climb up to the second floor. But it's closed.
Yep, definitely closed.
Yeah, that seems to be the whole thing. I mean, these are private properties here. That's a little anticlimactic there, but hey, it seems well preserved. I mean, it's sad that it is closed because it would have been cool to see inside. I would gladly pay the $3 if I can see anything, but just to walk around the building, I think not. Oh, maybe there's something down there. Down here is just a picnic area. Let's see if there's a nice view of the river down there. No, it is just a pleasant area here by the river.
A very nice picnic area, actually. Maybe this was a boat ramp at some point. Who knows? It is very nice indeed.
Let's stop by the brewery and corroborate that it is indeed closed today.
Yeah, I've tried, but as I said, there's not a whole lot happening here on a Tuesday. Let's just walk around a little more, get to know the town, but the guy at the visitor center was probably right. For most people, it may not be worth it driving all the way up here unless you really want to see the first mile. I'm glad we did. Now we can say we visited the mythical Fort Kent.
And here I thought this was a church. It's been turned into an apartment building, apparently.
This one is a church indeed, the St. Louis Catholic Church. Our campground is pretty much behind it, but let's walk a little farther.
It's a good-looking church.
I want to corroborate that the brewery is indeed closed on a Tuesday. Besides, I could use the exercise. That's an old faded sign on the side of this building, nowadays a Napa store. Here's the historic train station. We must be getting close. There it is, First Mile Brewing Company.
How many times do you see a sign like this?
Barbershop. I could use a haircut.
As expected,
the brewery is closed. We're gonna have to come back someday.
This, by the way, the flag of Acadia. Anyway, it is time to go. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. Not too early, it's 10:30, but we only have like 2.5 hours of a drive today, and checking is not until 4 p.m. Oddly enough, we're gonna try to show up a little early, see what happens. But anyway, we've been to the coast now. We've been to some of the interesting extreme points in Maine. Now we're going into the wild. It is actually the largest forest, like natural forest, in the eastern United States. Fun fact. Off we go. Did I get my water pressure regulator? Yes, I did. I almost forgot. We have to pass by the police station and return the key. Boom.
Almost there, approaching the remote wilderness of the Maine Highlands. We'll get to our campground soon enough, which we were able to reserve last minute, and to be honest, there wasn't a whole lot to choose from. We're going to be staying at this place called Big Moose Inn Cabins and Campground.
Well, here we are at the Big Moose Inn. I don't think the GoPro recorded our arrival. It wasn't on when we got here, but no, the one negative, no Starlink, but the positive is actually quite nice. Very nice folks. They have a restaurant with live music tonight. There's a convenience store next door, and so far we are the only ones here. But we're right next to a lake. We might go see it later. But right now, we're gonna do a trip of exploration into Baxter State Park.
There are some tight turns in this campground. A larger rig wouldn't have made it. We're going to Baxter State Park, home to Mount Katahdin, the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. There it is, the highest mountain in Maine, 5,269 feet or 1,606 meters tall. It means Great Mountain in the Penobscot language. And we came all the way here just to see it. Let's stop really quick.
Well, here we go. We stopped on the side of the road. We have this rock here called, it's hard to pronounce. I believe it is Pocamos or something like that. I'll write it down. But yeah, keep Maine beautiful. We can all agree on that. Let's keep going. You know, I believe that is Mount Katahdin right there, the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail.
There's the sign. We must be getting close. Let's make a quick pit stop at the visitor center, see if there's any information. The visitor center seems to be self-service. I mean, there was no one there, but I got a map. And this is where the pavement ends. It is $16 per day to enter the park, and they also have season passes. And they get all kinds of info about you in case you get lost out there. Apparently, this park is very popular. For some of the trails, you even have to make parking reservations. That's new. I guess we're just going to be able to drive around. No chance at all of doing a section of the AT. Anyway, let's see what we can see. So far, it is a fairly well-maintained dirt road through the forest. A steady, slow climb. Let's stop here for a few minutes. I mean, there is parking, and there may be a short trail to a lake.
Let's check out Stump Pond here, which, by the way, this park has more rules and regulations than any other park I've ever seen. Please stay on hardened path. All right, we will. We may encounter moose here, anywhere. I thought it was going to be a much longer trail. Yeah, I was hoping to come back tomorrow and do maybe a section of the AT, the Appalachian Trail. Maybe not all the way to Mount Katahdin, but, you know, a couple miles. But it turns out you have to reserve your parking spot at the trailhead. I had never seen that approach before. I think all these reservation systems really are ruining all these parks.
I understand in some places there may be a legitimate need for it, but it does ruin the experience, at least any spontaneity you may want to have in your travels. Here's one of the campgrounds, and here's the day-use parking. Some trees are already displaying hints of fall colors here and there in late August. Here's a tiny parking area. I guess this one you would have to reserve, right? We're approaching the Katahdin Stream Campground. This must be day-use parking. This is ideally one of the campgrounds you would stay at in order to do the AT, all the way to the summit of Mount Katahdin, Baxter Peak. And here's the sign. Baxter Peak, 5.3 miles. One of these days, but unfortunately not today. Let's check out the campground really quick though. All of the reviews online say the campground is really nice, although I believe this is for tent camping only. Maybe a small camper van. There's not a whole lot of information on their website. Day-use parking lot. I guess this is the one you have to make reservations for. I'll just park for a minute. I don't really want to get a ticket. Let's check this place out. Interesting. Here's some information about the Hunt Trail, which is part of the AT, the Appalachian Trail, which apparently keeps going after Mount Katahdin.
Here it is. Check it out, Springer Mountain, Georgia. 21.55 miles.
Yeah, that would take quite a bit of time.
Bug. Well, you saw the size of this parking lot. No wonder they have to do reservations, right? Anyway, I don't think I'm gonna do it. Tomorrow we're gonna do something else.
explore some other area. I mean, they charge you $16 to enter the park, and they don't even have like garbage facilities. So, and I don't even know if these campgrounds. This is only tent camping. I don't see room here for RVs, but I could be wrong. We're gonna go up the road a little longer. Even though I told them I was coming to Katahdin Stream, maybe they give me a ticket if I go somewhere else where I'm not supposed to.
Yes, it's like BLM land. All trashes, pack it in, pack it out. This is, perhaps, the most primitive park we've ever visited. I mean, the road is fairly well maintained, so it is not really a criticism, more like an observation on something unexpected. Oh, check out that view of the mountain with this pond. Let me backtrack a little. We're going to stop at one of the lakes called Daisy Pond. I don't know exactly where to go. I guess it is this way. Oh, there's another Appalachian Trail trailhead here. I guess we're gonna have to park here and walk the rest of the way.
Let's check out Daisy Pond.
Oh, here's a stream.
Let's at least check out Daisy Pond, since I'm probably not gonna do any trails tomorrow. Well, this seems to be under construction here.
Yeah, today I totally came with every intention of doing at least a section of the Appalachian Trail. Never crossed my mind parking would be so restricted. By the way, outstanding view here of Mount Katahdin from Daisy Pond.
Well, this is a nice view. Mount Katahdin in the distance. Clean water. Yeah, this will be a nice campground. Alright, I'm gonna start heading back.
Even though we didn't get to do all that much, I'm glad we did it. At least, now we know. And when you know, that it is not just showing up and hiking up the mountain. There is a process. Anyway, tomorrow we're doing something far more interesting. Togue Pond Beach picnic area. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I think that's it from Baxter State Park today. There's live music at the inn we might partake, and then tomorrow we'll explore something else. One more thing in Maine.
Oh, check out this bug. It's huge. Well, at least we can say we saw some wildlife. back at the campground. The bar with the live music was packed, so we came next door. Pretty good Philly cheesesteak.
Well, just to end our time here in Maine with a bang. By the way, good morning. We're going on a great adventure. Whoops. There's supposed to be these abandoned locomotives in the middle of nowhere in the woods here. They're called the ghost locomotives. And it's very remote. But that's where we're going. I don't remember which way is the way out. This is very narrow campground. I have to be careful getting out of here with Minnie Teeny tomorrow. I would assume it's through here. Make like a U-turn here. As you can see, it's yeah.
First, we're taking the same road we took yesterday as if we were going to Baxter State Park, but at some point we have to take Golden Road, which in this area runs kind of roughly parallel to Baxter. It is a pretty well-maintained dirt road that will take us deep into the forest. Some parts are paved, but you can tell it's been a while. And there's the mountain, Katahdin, ever present. It kind of feels like the Dalton Highway in Alaska a little bit. Oh, a Solis. I love the concept, but a little too minimalistic for me. This is the Abol Bridge campground. We're right on the boundary of Baxter State Park. Maybe next time, huh? It seems pretty nice. A little remote, but very picturesque with this bridge here. Here, we're also crossing the Appalachian Trail. Cool, pretty river. I should slow down. Oh no, logging truck on a one-lane bridge. The road? Not as well maintained in this area. Now we know why the road is so bad. And even worse, we're stuck behind the slow-moving vehicle. Anyway, to make a long story short, a little over an hour later we are arriving at the Telos checkpoint, where we have to register and pay a fee to access the North Maine woods.
Well, first leg of the trip is done, and we checked in at the checkpoint. $16 per person, or was it 18? Anyway, yeah, another hour and we'll be there. You know, the road is real good until once in a while you get potholes and whatnot. But it's, so far, this part is a very well maintained dirt road.
This, by the way, is called Telos Road. And now we're going to turn left onto Umbazuku's Road, which coincidentally goes to Umbazuku's Lake. But first, let's check out what we have here. A large parking area for boat trailers. I wonder if you could potentially overnight here. More research shall go into this. Let's see what else there is here on the other side. I saw a body of water on the map. There's a bridge spanning Telos Lake and the ranger station. North Maine Woods doesn't seem to be public land. According to what I read, it is a private, non-profit organization preserving the fine balance of being able to live from the woods, which I assume is logging, and enjoying the wilderness at the same time. I like it. The road eventually becomes Longley Stream Road. Notice how the road is getting narrower and narrower in this area. I imagine many of these roads are used by logging trucks as well. We are really remote out here. We haven't had cell phone signal almost since we left. Here we have a fork on the road, and we are going to turn right. Even though there are no signs, according to Google, we are now on Grand Marché Road. We are literally where the streets have no name. There's a song there somewhere. This road is in significantly worse condition. Several miles later, we are turning onto Shallow Lake Road, going deeper and deeper into the Maine Northwoods wilderness. Is this like a logging camp, perhaps? Even though there is certain infrastructure, like that camp we just passed, it feels very remote. I don't think it's felt this remote since Alaska last year. I was tempted to stop at this bridge, see the stream, but after the earlier episode with the logging truck, I think not.
Here's our first sign. Google would like for us to take this road, which doesn't really exist. Let me get out of the car 1 second to show you better. This is the first sign that we see that says trains. Google would like us to go this way, obviously. I'm glad this road is blocked off, because if you want to follow Google blindly, you will go this way. So it is blocked for a reason, because that is not the way. The next right is the way. Google, correct that. So that's the route Google wants us, but we're gonna take this other route, and there's actually a road that doesn't show here that should make a right and come down to where the trains are. So let's do it.
We're going to continue. We are getting close to our destination.
Make a right here.
I have a feeling this last stretch of the road is going to be more of an adventure. We've made it to the trailhead. Oh, we have some folks grilling in the parking lot. There's an outhouse. Good.
Okay, here we are. It's 0.89 miles to the tram and then the locomotive. Oh, I see. Hazard. Ground harness nest halfway down the boardwalk. Okay. Well, we'll keep that in mind. Here we go. Just another walk in the woods.
It looks like it's going to be a little bit muddy. The trail is very well marked with these ribbons and blue blazes, and it is pretty dense forest here. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm just trying to make some noise here just in case there's some wildlife.
Wearing a red shirt may not have been the greatest idea.
This hollow tree here. We should be almost halfway there. Here we go. This is the boardwalk.
Yeah, this is probably that boardwalk they were warning us about the hornet's nest. Hopefully it's not there anymore. We just spoke to a gentleman. He says that we're about a third of the way there. And he didn't say anything about rotten wood or hornet's nest, so we're probably okay.
Yep. It's like a rainforest out here. Look, mushrooms. I wonder if they're edible.
It reminds me a little of the trail to Cape Alava in Washington, the westernmost point in the contiguous. Similar dense forest, similar boardwalk. Actually, this one is a little more primitive.
Oh yeah, it's all flooded here. Look at this. It's like a swamp. By the way, I did bring my hiking shoes. This is we got some fallen logs here, and that may have been so far the muddiest part of the trail because not all of it is with the boardwalk. Yeah, here we make a left. Here's some old railroad material. Who knows? Look at this hole on the ground here. And now where does the trail go? Down this way. Check it out. This is the railroad right here. Cool. An ancient railroad in the middle of the forest. This is like a ridge here. Railroad down there. A ravine here. We're walking in the middle. At least we got nothing but blue skies. Well, yeah, we have a sign here coming up. Let's see what it says. Yeah, this looks like whenever they shut down the railroad, they left a little bit of a mess here. Oh, look at that. Going through a tree. Attention visitors, you're entering the Tramway Historic District. All artifacts are the property of the state of Maine. Some old steel here. Yeah, it has to be this way. I don't see any. Same thing. Tramway Historic District. Here we go. Some old 55-gallon drums left here in the middle of the forest, of the jungle. I'm afraid to look. No, they're just full of trash. Bud Light. I guess people have been partying out here. The flowers are blooming in Maine. Yeah, for a second I forgot what state we were in. Yeah, this is definitely the Maine wilds. Oh, look at this boiler. This old boiler here in the middle of nowhere. Check that out. Rock solid. There are plants growing on it. This is quite amazing. And this must have been the door to the boiler right there. Are here, rotten, decaying for decades in the middle of the forest. Well, we have an obstacle here. It must be closed. Yeah, look at this. You can tell this was like a bifurcation. Yeah, we gotta be so close. Oh, there it is. Check it out.
Yes, the ghost locomotives.
Oh yeah, it took us almost 3 hours to get here, and now we have 3 hours to get back. So you can tell we really wanted to see this. Yeah, there's a lake right there, so this creek probably goes to that lake. But here's the main thing we came to see.
This used to be the Eagle Lake and West Branch Railroad, which operated from 1927 to 1933. It was built specifically to transfer pulpwood from the north-flowing Allagash River to the east-flowing Penobscot River, in order to be able to take all that pulpwood to the paper mill.
This one's huge.
Then the Great Depression happened, and in 1933 the railroad ceased operations. The locomotives were abandoned, and nowadays only the shells remain.
Let's see if we can see it from this side. Oh, look at that. I wonder if we can go inside. Actually, it probably wouldn't be safe. I mean, this thing is Very, very rutted out here. But yeah, this is super cool. Definitely worth the 2-hour drive and the 45-minute walk in the muddy woods. Check it out, this must be the brake pad, right? And the leaf springs. Let me tell you, I love big machinery like this, and to find these old locomotives here in the middle of nowhere, it's whoever suggested this, thank you. Probably more than one person suggested this, because this was high on the list of things to do here in Maine, in the forest. Second was Mount Katahdin, but that was a little more involved than I was prepared for. Let's see if we can walk all the way down to the lake, and then, I mean, there's nothing else to do here but admire these old pieces of machinery and get back, because we have 3 hours ahead of us still. Let's go down to the lake. Here we have more stuff, maybe from a caboose or something. Who knows? Who knows what all this belong to? Oh, this is the other tram that they were talking about. Hey, look at all this. Yeah, this is incredible. Oh, by the way, that's the lake. Well, let's see. If it's not too muddy, I'm gonna go down to the water. Here we go. The lake. There's another lake on the other side, but I've been reliably informed that it is really muddy, so we're only gonna see this one. I was thinking maybe, sometimes you see moose by bodies of water like this, but I don't see any.
This is Eagle Lake, and the trains would transfer the pulpwood from here south to Chamberlain Lake, which eventually becomes Telos Lake, which drains into the Penobscot River.
Alright, let's go back. We'll take a selfie with the trains and back to civilization. Whoa, by the way, there are pieces of trains scattered all over this place, all over.
Let's have a moment with these ancient machines.
Well, as you probably know, I would love to linger here forever, but at some point we have to get back, so let's get on that muddy trail once again. This was super cool. One of the highlights, for sure, of our time here in Maine. There's a trail that goes to the tramway to the other lake, but we're not gonna do that one today. Or ever. I mean, this is so remote that the chances of us returning here are slim, but you never know. Yeah, before we go, another artifact here. I bet you this forest is full of this, all over the place. Now we're on the boardwalk. Following the blue blazes. Check this out. Mushrooms. I think we're like 3/4 of the way there. We're getting close. It's a beautiful, lush forest. And we've made it. And we have conquered the Ghost Locomotives Trail. The folks making barbecue are gone. We're gonna get an energy bar, a protein bar. Maybe use the outhouse one more time and then go back.
Alright, mission accomplished. Now we have about an hour to the checkpoint and another hour to our RV park. Luckily we have offline maps, so yeah, GPS works. Don't worry, I won't make you watch the whole return trip, only the highlights, like the road that wasn't, for example. Also, certain views are always different on the way back. Let me check back in, tell them we made it okay. This is the bridge where we encountered that logging truck earlier. Let's check out the view now. That's just beautiful. This is that Abol Bridge campground we passed earlier. Very nice indeed. Who wants to go to a brewery? We do, and there seems to be one just a few minutes away. Here we are. It is called Knife's Edge, and they are supposed to have great pizza.
Here we are, Knife's Edge Brewing.
Pretty cool. They have a wood-fired oven. We're having a cold IPA, of course. And this place is actually very nice.
Barbecue, brisket pizza, and cheesy bread. We definitely ordered too much food. Getting chili.
Well, good morning. A little bit of an early start today because we have 6 hours by the GPS, which you mean, it's gonna be all day. I think this time around we did Maine justice. Let me know what you think, but I mean, we did a lot more than the last time we were here. Now we have it's a little narrow to get out of here, so I wanna concentrate. So enjoy the ride. Ugh, I think I may have hit something. Maybe not. Yeah, it is tight, and many low-hanging branches. We're heading back south rather swiftly. Before the day is over, we will be in Massachusetts for a fun weekend in New England. More than a weekend, actually. But first, we have 3 more stops, or drive-bys rather, in Maine. 2 in Bangor, 1 in Augusta, and we have to save something for a future trip, right? Millinocket here, by the way, not a bad-looking town. Maybe because it is the first town of any significant size we've seen in a couple of days. This would be Dolby Pond, a man-made lake on the Penobscot River. We're getting on the interstate, I-95 south all the way to Bangor. It is an uneventful 1-hour drive. I love a city with mountain views. Going into downtown with a trailer in tow because why not? I doubt we're gonna be able to park it anywhere, but we just want to see what it looks like. It is the 3rd most populous city in Maine, also known as the Queen City. It seems nice. We would like to spend more time here, but seeing downtown is not the reason we came off the interstate. You'll see. Reason number 1 we're here? Well, there's a huge Paul Bunyan statue that we couldn't see very well, so we're going to turn around and see it again. Next up, well, it is a very famous house. Very nice neighborhood here. I believe this is part of the Whitney Park Historic District. Well, this is it, right here on the left. You can tell other people had the same idea. Let's see if we can park it for a few minutes, so let's go around the block. Well, this is a house owned by Stephen King, the American author known as King of Horror, since he is best known for his horror novels. Also because so many films have been made based on his novels. The Shining in particular comes to mind. The wooden sculpture representing a fantastical bookshelf used to be a dead tree. It was sculpted with a chainsaw. How appropriate.
Yeah, I want to take a picture with you over here.
Well, since it was relatively easy to just stop, park on the street and take a look, we decided to do it. Now we continue.
Next up, Augusta, the state's capital city. Let's refuel. I guess I unknowingly pulled into the full-service pump. Full service at gas stations seems to be more common here in the Northeast. As a southerner, this is very unusual, very unexpected. We're back on I-95 South. About an hour later, we're arriving in Augusta. There it is, the unmistakable cupola of almost every state capitol building. Here it is coming up on the left. And that's it. We continue south. I hope you have enjoyed our 2 weeks here in Maine. We certainly did. And of course, we intentionally left some stones unturned. Saving something for next time, right? There is so much more to see here in the Pine Tree State, particularly in the interior. But that of course will be another trip, another year, another new adventure. Now the road will take us to Massachusetts and Rhode Island. We will revisit old favorites like Boston and Plymouth, and places new to us like Martha's Vineyard, Providence, and Salem, among others. But that will be a whole other video. Until then, thank you so much for watching, and see you on the road.